Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Syndicate, continuing the Phase 1 Twin Perspectives playthrough as part of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. In yesterday's stream, we did the mission in Sequence 7 where Henry gets captured and Evie rescues him, and as a result of that, there's a little bit of a quote-unquote tiff between the two of them, and so temporarily Evie has gone back to just basically being very formal with Mr. Green, as she calls him, instead of calling him Henry like she was. So that's where we're up to story-wise. I just need to, have a look for changes in the game world dialogue. I've already checked for dialogue from Jacob or Evie that comes from Henry, like if you're playing as Jacob or Evie on the train, but actually nothing came about. However, I'm not counting that as fully explored because maybe there might be a randomized version of that where Henry does actually say something to Evie based on what happened in the most previous mission. Let me see what has become available for crafting. Oh yeah, the Nightshade Cloak, that's alright. I've been able to show those things without actually upgrading them when it comes to showcasing them for the character's sake. Hey there, Keone, welcome. Hope things are going well. Today's Tuesday, so it's my split stream day. I'll do this stream and then take a break, and then after that long break, we'll come back with another stream later. This is now part 33 of the playthrough, although to be fair, the day where I had the power outage, it would have made this the 32nd part instead.
Seems a letter has come for Jacob.
Good day, Miss Fry. It's a difficult world, I find. So much injustice.
I'm not certain you're a one for us, Nigel.
I'm not so certain myself.
Alright, so we've heard that dialogue before.
Flitting about in the middle of the night, living hugger-mugger.
Hello, Evie. Good afternoon.
Keeps me out of the gang fights.
You should find honest work.
Here's where I want to be.
Clerking somewhere, maybe. I could see you for a clerk. Or a chimney sweep, more like. Oh, stacks of work and chimneys.
Henry seems a bit shaken up.
You're my best friend.
Chin up. Might never happen.
Alright, so there we go. This rook here, whenever playing as Evie, this rook is one of the characters that will actually say something that relates to what previously happened in an Evie mission. And so when she says, Henry seems a bit shaken up, she's only saying that because we just did the mission where basically Evie and Henry have a little bit of a fight. basically because he got captured and she had to rescue him.
With the assassins.
Everything's changed. The gang has gone all
Will this day never end? Money don't make the man, you know.
Maybe 3 now. I love the timing of that NPC dialogue. Maybe there's just been, it looks like there's been a killing, maybe 2. Meanwhile, a 3rd kill is just happening right in front of him. Hello there, Dex. Well, as I live and breathe. Fancy meeting you in my channel. How's it going, Dex?
How are you there, Evie?
I wonder what's happening over there.
Oh, very nice, dude. Glad that it's going well. That's awesome. My day's going good, too. Although I forgot to turn my PlayStation off before going to sleep. And so when I woke up, I looked over and I was like, oh shit, I left the PlayStation on. Some random woman just appears in their thing that's like, do 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 do. Oh, now they react.
Still keeping well, miss? Good on ya.
Dex, probably startling if you're a routine-driven guy, but in the long run, probably a-okay. Yeah, I was sort of like thinking, oh shit, hopefully it's not going to overheat because it's hot. Although I do have a small little desk fan behind the PlayStation, so that definitely would have helped a bit.
Seems a letter has come for Jacob.
Okay, so I was hoping for Henry to appear. Just want to see, because he has a cycle of dialogue, but he didn't mention anything to Evie about their mission that they just did. But that doesn't mean that there isn't. It just might mean that I've got to wait for the randomized choosing of that dialogue by the game.
I did like you said and went to the theatre last night.
The Follies?
Alright, already heard that dialogue.
The Adelphi. A real play. Saw Mr. Henry Irving.
Getting late, eh, Evie?
What time was it? Can't recall. Well, it was very interesting. Blokes in togas all very angry with each other. Coriolanus? I beg your pardon?
Henry seems a bit shaken up.
Oh yeah, so that'll be the only dialogue from that rook about what happened in the mission with Henry and Evie. Alright, so now to spend a bit of time and then fast travel back to the train to see if Henry will actually spawn back on it as well. But there's also potential dialogue maybe, and I don't know what the probability of it is right now, but there was some time where Henry was actually not appearing on the train because he was locked in as a mission giver for that mission that I just did in yesterday's stream. So I don't know if there's any dialogue that's waiting to play catch up now that we've finished that mission. I'm very happy with the fact that there's a lot of different things that happen on the train where when you play it just normally, although, you know, everyone has their own version of what a normal playthrough would be for them, but if you were playing the game and you were just going to the train hideout to basically get the income from the safe, and that was all, and as soon as you got it, you got off the train, there's like a whole entire kind of storytelling mechanic, well not mechanic, but a storytelling element that is told on the train through the different rooks and stuff like that. And so it helps make the rooks seem less like just a mechanic of the game and add a little bit more of a character to them as well. And I feel it gets even better if you have Nigel, and if you want to have him on the train, you need to make sure you do the train hideout mission where he's stalking Agnes because he wants to join the gang. Once you do that mission and he appears on the train, he also becomes part of the rooks, and so he isn't just some NPC you'll just see on the train standing there and not saying anything. He actually has a life with the gang, and there's certain characters he talks to, and it gives you a bit more about him as a character and shows that he's got he's really naive about a lot of stuff as well, but he's also someone who's genuinely good-hearted, and
What's happening?
Give me that. If you're hungry, find Clara O'Day and tell her Evie sent you. Will do.
there's
What's all that about?
some dialogue where basically he talks about a fight that he was in. So he's been put into like the fight clubs, and he had the opportunity to finish the fight and defeat the opponent, but when he saw that the opponent was in a vulnerable state, he decided not to, and then the opponent knocked him out and won the fight instead. You know, so that gives you a bit of insight into Nigel's character, that he's someone that if he sees someone in genuine trouble, the sympathetic and empathetic side of him kicks in rather than the, you know, I guess, physical desire to fight when in a fight, you know, and win as well. And that ties into some other dialogue where Agnes has apparently told him that he should move to Scotland to toughen him up, you know, so there's all these different things that happen on the train in that way that if you really like to explore a game's world further through characters and the story, then it's definitely good to do more stuff with the train and check back there regularly as well.
How are you there, Evie?
Because you also get to hear some like commentary from Jacob about Evie's stuff and Evie's commentary about Jacob's stuff as well, so it gives you extra there too. And speaking of Agnes, though, the unfortunate thing is there's been zero dialogue from her outside of the parts where the game automatically has her appear and say stuff. So I don't know what the world state of the game is waiting for to change that, but...
Seems a letter has come for Jacob.
Okay, so it's Ned here again.
Hello, this, Evie?
Is he going to tell me about how
Ledger
the...
reads like a tragedy.
Yep, he is. Ledger reads like a tragedy.
When a
That Rook
man's
is
tired of
always
London,
going on
he is
about
tired of
finances.
life.
It would be funny if his backstory was he was actually an accountant.
I'll say. Now that London's cleaned up a bit, she wants to go about together.
That's
Alright, so that's dialogue we already heard. Bex, try doing this in shadows. Bet you it won't be nearly as detailed or as interesting. Yeah, there's a real missed opportunity sometimes with some of the stuff that gets done. I mean, it's trying to, recapture that homestead from Assassin's Creed 3 type of feel as well. And I get that when they're making these games now, they're trying to add things for everyone. So let's say you're someone who really likes playing games where it's just simple, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with liking simple games. But let's say you just like to play a game that is very chill and it's just like, going around and picking flowers or something. Ubisoft is like, oh, we need to add something like that. And it's funny that I go to that example because this game has you collecting pressed flowers. But, just something that is not what you would be thinking an assassin would be going around doing, And I understand it's part of this whole thing to make the characters feel real by giving them things to do that everyone can relate to, Not everyone can relate to wearing a hooded outfit and climbing buildings and jumping off of them into haystacks. But someone can understand if an assassin has someone that they have feelings for and it's not reciprocated or whatnot. But the difficulty with that kind of stuff is you can try to be you can be trying too much to marry those two things together, and it just takes away from the fantasy aspect of being a character that can do all these things. But I mean, it's like the Marvel movies, where they show the characters in casual clothing just chilling out on a weekend. Not doing anything superhero stuff, but just doing something that normal people do, I don't care about the cargo game. Like, the game's like, the cargo! You're getting too far away from it! Would you please do something about the cargo? Well, the cargo can be cargone. Dex, Jacob and Evie, go fetch me 12 tomatoes for my stew, then we can talk. Yeah, it's that kind of stuff, Like the whole thing about shadows with your home base and being able to customize it and stuff. I mean, that's all well and good. That's fine because that's not necessarily something that is going to be taking too much away from the actual characters, in the game world as well. But at the same time, it's also not what you would expect to see in an Assassin's Creed game as well, in that kind of way, But I feel like to expand in the game world. See, the thing about Ubisoft is that they've always thought themselves on the same level as Rockstar's open worlds, but they're not. Where Assassin's Creed excelled was creating the illusion of a massive open world by making you feel like you could go and explore every single street and alley of every single city, So if you look at Assassin's Creed 1, for example, there's a lot of alleyways, there's a lot of marketplaces that are actually inside of buildings. And so there's a lot of intricate designed elements of the city that if you want to explore, you can. Now, granted, it's very limited in what you get rewarded for your exploration for. But still, it made you feel like you were in a living, breathing city as well. And so that's where they really excel. But once they started to try and be on the same level of open world that you get in Rockstar games, but not just Rockstar games, you know, games like The Witcher and all that kind of stuff, which ironically, you know, if you look at The Witcher 1 and 2, they're not open world. They, you know, they do have a linear sort of structure to them. It wasn't until Witcher 3 came out that it was truly, you know, open world. And I feel like you get games like Assassin's Creed Unity, and even this game too, where the city feels lived in, it feels massive, but you know that it's not the entirety of England, you know what I mean? Whereas if they had been able to do it and let you go from London to anywhere else in the country, then it would have sort of like made the story a bit too all over the place, because then it's like, wait, so they're supposed to go to London to liberate it, yet they're spending, you know, a lot of story time outside of London somewhere else, you know. That's why it's wise how they have it, that it's only at the start of the game that you have Jacob and Evie in a different part of England before they go to London, where the main crux of the story is actually happening. And you look at Assassin's Creed Unity and you've got Versailles, the starting place where Arno is. You know, it's not Paris yet, but it's where the character originates from before they get to Paris, and the events that lead them to there as well. Now, granted, there can always be exceptions to any rules, and there's always, you know, games in the series that you look at and you go, no, that's a really, really great open world. But still with some critics, like Assassin's Creed Origins, for example. Like, whenever there's a criticism about that game's world, it's, oh, there's too many desert in Egypt, mind you. But that isn't to say that, you know, it's not good for them to show that there's more than just desert in Egypt. But having that be part of the game world, it actually adds more to the experience of the open world, I feel, because you would question why there aren't those expansive locations if they weren't there, you know. And I feel like having the hallucinations that happen is a very, very inventive way to get you interested in exploring, because you might see one and you might think, what the hell was that? And then you might go, oh, I wonder what more I can trigger, you know. So it instills in the player a sense of intrigue. It doesn't work for everyone, obviously, because we all have different things that we get interested in. Like someone who plays Origins and the hallucination happens might be like, whatever, and then just go off and go back somewhere else, you know. But I feel like Origins is an example where Ubisoft were able to really, really play into the open world feel beyond just showing the action isolated to a major city. And I feel like Odyssey, to a similar extent, does that too, as much as I've given it shit. But you can still have games that you don't like things in, but still like the game in other areas, you know. This idea that you must like everything of something, otherwise anything you dislike automatically means that you hate the game in its entirety, and therefore, you know, you're not allowed to like anything in it. And the other way around is a bit absurd as well. But then you get games like Valhalla. Now, to the person who loves having a big open world to explore, it'd be understandable that that wouldn't be a downside. Story-wise, though, is where I have an issue with the size and scope of Valhalla. It's just the pacing suffers too much, and that did start to happen in Odyssey. And it may seem like having dialogue choices is very freeing, because then it gives the player more immersion, because the connection between the player and the character through having dialogue choices can become a little bit more personalized, where the person is choosing the dialogue choices because of what they, in real life, would choose if they had to say something, using the confines of the game being like, here's only 2 or 3 things you can say. But still, I can understand that. But what it does do in the long run is it makes the pacing of the overall narrative lag, because time has to be spent to create the differences in outcomes based on what dialogue has been chosen. Instead of being able to just have it completely scripted and it's the writer alone who dictates the exact next thing that happens, you know. So I feel like that was one of the things that ultimately has held the series back. And even Mirage has some dialogue choices outside of choosing to find out more information about the bureau leaders, which I liked. But there's other choices where there's literally no reason for the player to even have to choose between which thing to say first, because the character says them both anyway. Um, so you're sacrificing the pace of the story by slowing things down enough so that the player has to look at two options and first think, oh shit, what do I choose? Thinking on the first playthrough that they can only choose one or the other. But then the game is like, okay, so now what was ever left is what you need to choose now. It's like, oh, okay. Where it's like, get rid of that and boom, just have the character say exactly what they're going to say without any interruption, and the pacing is still kept intact as well. So I feel like there's definitely a lot of downsides to Ubisoft doing massive open worlds, and also the pacing of their storytelling as a result, and dialogue choices as a mechanic and all that kind of stuff. Whereas I feel like the best dialogue choices are ones that are just about learning more about the game world or about a character that you're talking to. Not, oh, you need to decide what to do because then this is the result you're going to get funneled into and be restricted by for the rest of the playthrough.
Seems a letter has come for Jacob.
Gracious good morning, Miss Evie. Did some thinking.
When the wind blows the smoke away.
Already heard that dialogue. Okay, so it was Robert topping the associate that appeared on the train there, not Henry. I think what I'll do is just fast travel somewhere else and then fast travel back to the train, and that should be enough to make it change the configuration of who's on the train and who isn't.
Seems a letter has come for Jacob.
Lover spat.
Okay, so I've already heard that new Jacob dialogue where he says Henry's in a foul mood. Lovers spat.
Seems a letter has come for Jacob.
I've saved a few, Bob. Do you think they'd be safe in the bank? Henry's in a foul mood. Lovers spat. Hello, Evie. No time for a chinwag. Things to be done.
Hello, Miss Fry. Good to see you again. That's a fetching outfit, if I do say so.
Okay, so Henry still doesn't have anything specific to say based on that mission we just did as him.
Distracted by these ancient maps of China.
Yeah. All right. Maybe he'll say something to Jacob, though. So I'm going to suss that out now. See if Henry actually says something to Jacob. Because Henry might be like, you know, more open to talking to Jacob about something like that. Or maybe not. But if he never says anything, I feel like that's a missed opportunity to have at least something. But it is good that there's at least some acknowledgement of Henry's state of being after that mission by having the Rook that talks to Evie mentioning about Henry's mood and Jacob himself mentioning Henry's mood as well.
Time to go to work.
Someone's up to no good. What's going on? The very best of luck. Have a good day now.
Why, a gentleman who made your acquaintance last night, I believe.
I say that's enough. I mean, what are we fighting amongst ourselves,
A letter? For me?
Jacob, good to see you. The investigation of the Templar networks continues.
That's a shame. He just says the same dialogue he's always been saying.
Bit early for you to be up and about, ain't it, Gov? Used to be, days like today, I'd walk down the Strand and pinch wallets.
A letter? For me?
Hello, Mr. Fry. I'd like to encourage you to help as many children as possible.
Good afternoon, Governor. Stay clear of the Rosas.
London was ruled by the Romans, you know, long ago.
The Romans.
A letter? For me?
Hello, Fry. Fallen on hard times, have you, Fry?
You have
No
everything
rest for
you
the
need
wicked, eh?
right here, don't you? Everything a body could possibly want, you got it right here in London.
Just want to check for for Henry dialogue as Jacob one more time. So we need to wait until he spawns back in on the train. But I'll still keep an ear out after doing other main story missions while in Sequence 7. Because it might not be that mission alone that has to be played for Henry to say something on the train.
A letter? For me?
Ah, Jacob. Hello. I do so love doing research.
Hey there, Zereth. A rod for me? Nope. I'm no one's. How's it going, Zereth? Alright, so Henry does not say to Jacob nor Evie on the train anything about what happened in the mission with Evie, where he got captured.
Been doing a little banking, have we, Jacob? Don't you have a nicer outfit than that? I was just thinking about Father. Seems such a long time ago.
There he is. 1 minute he's down the boozer, the next he's warming up his eternity box. I mean, would you Adam and Eve it? I've an extra £half-crown. I'll put it in the bank. It's safe as houses now.
Ah, London bruv, a city governor. We like and stop insulting me fam. Your get up is being as drab as a chav. In it. Hey there, sir. I've already said hello to you. I don't know why I'm saying hello again, but thank you for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Arnie is the gov-nator.
Back again, Jacob. Glad to see you.
Okay, now it's time to do some checks for dialogue in the game world. Based on that mission that we just did, which I'm doubting that there will be. But you never know.
That's a good girl. Mr. Fry, glad you're still with us.
Walk on, stupid nag.
That's fair enough, Zereth. Thank you for leaving the lurk. Hope you get some good rest.
Nobody's listening. I don't know why I even bother. I've been out here for hours. My boy is the best deals in all right there, Mr. Fry. Cut off the head, and then you wait for all the blood to drain out.
I don't know what came over me, sir.
This is the last straw!
No, of course, but
happened to us.
Come have a look. The finest goods and services at unbelievable prices.
Oh!
Made you do that?
Not my wise at that.
Come see the latest
I never
sales.
should have left him.
What in the
These
blazes was that
goddamn
for?
Sassanites act like
Is that
animals in a
sales?
menagerie.
Greatest deals.
Oh, Miss
People are turning into
Aberdeen.
animals.
Mr. Fry, good to see you again, sir.
Tell me something.
This work for you?
Onward.
Thanks.
This is a public highway.
Got shit in your eyes. This is a public highway.
No more confusion.
Which leg? This
Because
one.
no one ever wants to find them.
Oh, very funny.
You don't say.
I was in the war, you know.
And you won't know what. Which one?
Some of us have places to be.
Well,
We do. We meet regularly in the club room of the Seven Bells.
Fashion to make.
A
Men in
true
uniform.
pleasure to see
They
you
look
again.
so very clean.
bugger.
Left leg was blown straight off by a Russian cannonball.
Where did you get that?
Which leg? This one.
This is bad. This is very... What's going to happen to me? I know I should have stayed home and helped Father with the new...
You'll be sorry for that.
Stay calm. If I stay calm, there won't be any trouble.
Ah, Jacob. How you doing?
More than you ever...
My friend and I are orphans. How's this,
Back again,
Grandpa?
Jacob. Glad to see
Not bad.
you. won't suppress the voice of the people. We've got right on our side, we do.
You can't use people at the party. Come on, in there, come!
I've half a mind to take you home and feed you to me dogs.
That's it, that's it.
Here you go, Chief.
Nice one.
Dinner later.
We ate there just last week. Bloody hell! Did you see that?
What could they be protesting?
So very sorry about that.
Only for you. You bring us out. The first time you've been caught away from your area. Only for you. You bring us out.
Why don't you come down?
Okay, if that's what you want.
Naked for my
And then good English names.
Thank you.
Well, that's very nice of you, dear, but...
She wagered all her savings.
That joke was as good as treason.
Side off the channel. Step over here and have a look at all my wondrous wares. Come, step closer. Have a look at these beautiful things. Look here, right here. We've got the best prices in the...
Find the likes of these anywhere else in London.
Who the hell are you?
Goods and services at unbelievable prices. Come see the latest sales. Come have a look. The finest
Beer and punch.
Yeah.
Roast nuts. Something to nibble before the show is. Grieving a lost love. You've my condolences.
Oh, come off it.
higher quality hair is all over.
Throw myself off one of these buildings. Hardly. Show you everything you know.
Bloody
Roses, roses for sale, individually by the dozen.
Over here, ladies and gentlemen.
It's London's best
Rare,
blood sausage.
exclusive, only the highest quality. Items starting at only a penny. Come and buy.
Good for boiling, roasting, or stewing.
Ladies
Got a
and
family for
gentlemen,
Sunday dinner,
look
or
what
did
I
your
have
husband
here.
invite his
You've
governor
never
home?
seen
Try our
anything
stuff
like
goose.
this
This,
before.
lady, is London's best blood sausage, prepared with my very own hands. On my oath,
You
this
there,
pig and
don't be
I
shy.
were old
Come and
chums.
have a look. You, over here. No need to hesitate with
Come
these
on, come on,
bargains.
don't be shy. This is the best meat in London. Lamb joint, mutton shoulder for roasting, ham to braise, nice plump chooks, veal, chicken, sausages, pork. I'm getting hungry just talking about it. Beef joints, beef for stewing, for all appetites, for all means,
I have
for
everything the
gargantuan
well-appointed
and
ladies
delicate
or
tastes.
gentlemen need
Best
right
prices
here.
and
Don't be
finest
shy.
quality,
Step
guaranteed
closer,
with
look.
every
Observe the
sale.
quality of this merchandise. Astonishing. Everything you need right here. The best items at the best prices. You'll not get
Come
better
on,
deals
come on,
anywhere
don't
in
be
London.
shy. This is the best meat
Look
in
here,
London.
new
Lamb
merchandise
joint,
just
mutton
came in
shoulder
today.
for roasting, ham to braise, nice plump
And this
chooks,
right here,
veal,
right
chicken,
off the boat,
sausages, pork.
direct
I'm
from
getting
France.
hungry just
You
talking
won't find
about it.
anywhere else.
Beef joints, beef for stewing, for all appetites, for all means, for gargantuan and delicate tastes. Best prices and finest quality, guaranteed with every sale. Half a rack of lamb for you, sir. Why half? Have you
Over
lost your
here,
appetite?
over here,
Couldn't tell
ladies
to
and
look at you,
gentlemen.
sir. You're a picture
Rare,
of health.
exclusive,
Oh, come on,
only
don't
the
be
highest
miffed. It's
quality.
a
Items
compliment.
starting at only a penny. Come and buy. Ladies and gentlemen, look what I have here.
Not
You've
just
never
any old
seen
chickens,
anything
sir.
like
Newly
this
fattened
before.
chickens. Better, fatter, plumper, believe me. Pardon me, sir. Now, as
You
I was
there,
saying,
don't be
these are the
shy.
finest
Come and have
chickens
a
in
look.
London, and clean too, I assure you.
You, over here. No
Good
need
for
to
boiling,
hesitate with these
roasting, or
bargains.
stewing. Got a family for Sunday dinner, or did your husband invite his governor home? Try our stuffed goose. This, lady, is London's best blood sausage, prepared with my very own hands. On my oath, this pig and I were old chums. Good for boiling, roasting, or stewing. Got a family for Sunday dinner, or did your husband invite his governor home? Try our stuffed goose. This, lady, is London's best blood sausage, prepared with my very own hands. On my oath, this pig and I were old chums. Not
Over
just
here,
any old
over here,
chickens,
ladies
sir.
and gentlemen.
Newly fattened chickens. Better, fatter, plumper.
Looks like he's up to no good.
It's like, that'd be great. Do you have one that you haven't actually touched with your hands that you probably didn't wash because back in this time period, who knows if that was actually a thing that people did? Not that everyone, after a certain point in all existence, would.
I wonder if his mind is affected.
But still. Like, I got this nice food here. I'm touching it, I'm putting all my hands all over it. But I assure you, it's good quality. You won't get sick from it.
Come on, bloody Pegasus!
Come on now, Gil.
Lost on me.
It'll be something to remember. How often does one get to see an international match such as this?
I tried.
Where are the fries hiding out?
All right, yes, that's quite enough. Run off to your master like a good bulldog.
Cigars! Cigarillos! Refreshments before the show!
Good afternoon, hello.
Programs? We also have programs!
Send 1,000 messages without saying a word.
How did he get through?
Grab him!
I'll front you in half!
Oh, bollocks.
I'll take this out now! Come on, hit me! He's still here! I can put it all with him! Run till your feet bleed! You think a duffer like you can touch me?
You'll be put away if you keep that up.
Not my concern.
The place names confuse me.
You're just itching on you, my love.
A truly remarkable life affection.
Thief! Thief! Someone help! Stop that thief! Someone help me! Please! The devil ran off
You
that
know
way.
who I am?
Oh, my purse.
Ah!
Thank you. Thank you. 100 times thank you.
Hup, hup. Go, go.
That's it. Come on.
Yes, I must make preparations. Excuse me.
How good to see you.
I missed you in church this Sunday.
We were friends in the country.
Fine flour, fresh from the mill.
I can scarcely wait.
Gentlemen, if you'll allow me to
Move it, you stupid animal!
Oh, Brummel. The old Brummel.
Good afternoon. Hello. Hello. Individually and by the dozen.
How about you, sir? Flour so pure it'll make you weep.
It's in the east, but the sun sets in the west. Huh? I never thought of it.
It's an artistic effect. What you call it?
Deep discounts on all essential goods and services.
Just one small penny. Never mind. For an old soldier. For a ruined old bacon.
89. Ardent supporter of Queen Caroline in her divorce suit. Founder of the Society for the Diffusion of Useful Knowledge. And staunch defender of the liberty of slaves and other servants.
I can show you everything you need. Pick 'em up on that sheet.
Cat glistening groundbreaking tidal waves devastate southern Peru.
Would you be so kind
Entire
as to-
city turned to rubble. Giant waves carry US gunboats.
Only 2 pennies for free. No better prices elsewhere.
Increased by £200,000 on previous year. £15 million total, or roughly 10 shillings for every person in England. All expenses published here. Gentlemen. Attempted assassination of His Royal Highness Prince Alfred.
I need help.
Foiled
Just a little generosity.
Assailant believed to be recently released in need of local asylum. Zionist expected to make full recovery.
Too much competing dialogue to hear the newspaper sellers alone. Need to find a better spot.
Would-be assassin O'Farrell linked to radicals. Nightingale's nurses attend to wounded prince. Army estimates for 1868 to 1869 increased by £200,000 on previous year. £15 million total, or roughly 10 shillings for every person in England. All expenses published here. Results of the United States presidential election. Union war hero Ulysses Grant defeats Horatio Seymour in what the Yankees are calling a landslide victory. In battle, Johnson vows to remain in political life. Convict ship Ugamore, carrying Irish radicals and other prisoners, reaches western coast of Australia. Its arrival signals the end of British penal transportation. First case of picketing heard in criminal courts. Verdict announced. Picketing declared to be intimidation and obstruction. Capital Punishment Amendment Act receives royal assent. All future executions to take place behind prison walls. First hanging under new law scheduled for August. Disaster in Wales. 33 dead as 2 trains collide near Abergele. Victims burned beyond recognition. Railway officials call it the worst railway accident ever to occur. Attempted assassination of His Royal Highness Prince Alfred, foiled in Sydney. Assailant believed to be recently released inmate of the local asylum. His Highness expected to make full recovery. Mr. Wilkie Collins' new novel, The Moonstone, already in its 2nd edition. Read the notices of what our correspondent calls the best sensation story since the murders in the Rue Morgue. This morning at 4:25, Her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales safely delivered of a princess. Her Royal Highness and the infant princess are doing well. Defeats by native forces in New Zealand leave English regiments demoralised. Friendly Maoris vow to defend the English from hostile tribes. Get yourself a paper before they sell out. I bet you could use a newspaper. How about you, missus? It's just 1p.
Please, I need help. Just a little generosity. Why do you want
Learn the affairs of the world. Local preacher William Booth establishes new mission at Mile End Waste. Aims to bring salvation to London's downtrodden. You, sir! Buy a paper! Paper here! Buy it while it's hot!
Do you know who I am?
Our New Zealand correspondent describes colonial forces as utterly disorganised and badly led. Great fears abound that further native uprisings may result. Canada contemplates colonial government conundrum. Power in the House of Commons of the new Dominion to be based on provincial populations. Anti-papist William Murphy travels to Manchester. Mayor appoints force of 600 special constables to prevent repeat of last year's Birmingham riots, where both heads and windows were smashed. Victory in the Abyssinian Islands. 9,000 enemy soldiers killed at Magdala with only 2 British losses. King Theodore commits suicide with a pistol given to him by Queen Victoria. Divine rapture in the Caribbean. Dock workers report a hole in the ocean and drowning sailors plucked from the sea as if by the hand of God. The news of the world. All for a penny.
Please, I need help.
Newspaper, sir. 1 pence.
Why do you want to know me? I'm one of you.
Get your Daily London Courier here. A penny per issue. All the goings on of Britain and the world in your hands. Now printed with non-smearing ink. British consul responds to Yangtze riots with show of force. Royal Marines aboard a man-of-war sail on Nanjing. Chinese Viceroy offers full apologies and financial restitution. Dreadful accident on the Holyhead line. Runaway goods train collides with the Irish Mail, killing 32 passengers and 1 fireman. All the horrific details in the latest issue. I've got the new edition, ready to go. The former Lord Chancellor, Baron Broom and Foe, has died in France. He was an instrumental figure in the abolition of slavery and the 1832 Reform Act. All England mourns. New edition, fresh from the presses. New plans to install gas lanterns outside the House of Parliament. Alternating colours between red and green will instruct carriages on when to proceed on Bridge Street, Great George Street and Parliament Street. executions to be halted. Reformers call for end to grotesque spectacle. The last public hanging in England will take place.
Okay, so this newspaper seller has just been talking about general and historical newspaper reports. Which I've already covered before. There hasn't really been much of a change since the last time in that topic, but the talk about Disraeli and Gladstone and all that kind of stuff is something that I've been hearing a lot with the newspaper sellers, given where we're up to in the story. But I just want to see if there's any new ones under that topic that have popped up.
Fetch him out! Good girl. There, girl. Huh?
I'm the perfect
Oh, it will, will it? Read all about it. Relations between Gladstone and Disraeli deteriorate. Gladstone predicts Disraeli will die by hanging or some vile disease. Disraeli responds, "That all depends, sir, upon whether I embrace your principles or your mistress." Fears that murder in the Bank of England will lead to collapse of credit. Manufacturing will move to...
Always the way. There's always some kind of interruption that messes up dialogue because some random event or random NPC gets too close and makes things change. I remember one time I was doing a stealth challenge and I was inside a mission zone, but some enemies spawned in on the outside of it and walked past and detected. I think it was Jacob. It was a Jacob mission.
I want you. Huh?
I was young and foolish, hungry for
Huh? Huh?
But I didn't stick with it either. My pride was injured.
How far did you make it?
I got off at Shannon. The captain said he was glad to be rid of me.
Already heard that dialogue.
Move it, you stupid animal!
Are you? Hold it!
You seem distracted.
Oh, no. Huh?
Roses for love, lilies for pride. Let your sweetheart know you're fascinated by them.
How dreadful. Oh, this must be the dress you wrote about.
You there! Sample a range of flavors. Enjoy Madagascar vanilla, Tahitian vanilla direct from French Polynesia. Or,
All right then.
good afternoon.
Yeah.
Nearly so much as I'd like to.
Tell you about the time I nearly journeyed to America.
I hope you're prepared to accept the consequences!
I'm not interested in what you're selling.
Enjoy the continent. And far more variety. On the next excites the senses. Far more variety. It excites the senses, I tell you.
Whoa,
Imagine the wisdom we could glean from a woman leading Parliament.
Huh? Yes, all...
Thomas, was it? Yes. Nonsense, I'm sure. Propagated by those who failed.
Complicated, doesn't it?
What else can we do?
Two of them. They came in right off base. Don't turn around. So, we're coming all the way out here, it's not as if we can go back with nothing. So, we nick the catch from the next boat over. Simple, really. Oh, but that's a story I can't talk about in public, you see. Meet me by the dock at 10.
Hello, Brutus. You skipped work because of the chance of freezing rain while you were melting in the heat? Hey, I mean, it's definitely understandable to need to, you know, because weather conditions can definitely have a major impact on stuff. But yeah, we're definitely having our hot summer here in Australia by comparison. Oh, Brutus, thank you very, very much for the 95 stream streak. Thank you, that's excellent. Appreciate it.
I will do whatever I can to protect my son from your violent, drunken outbursts.
I find it fascinating.
The place names confuse me.
You just need to imagine a map in your mind.
Oh, don't you get fresh with me.
What, would you prefer a rotten man?
You having a laugh?
Oh,
Yeah, but Helga wants the child to have a...
Thank you.
But Helga wants the child to have a journey.
Never liked her.
Layers, sails, and greatest deals!
Anyone would join the Rooks is proof of their stupidity.
It's those cheap cigars you smoke.
Fine flour, fresh from the mill. You, madam. What difference could it possibly be?
Tonight, and you won't know what nonsense I'm sure propagated by those who failed to embrace.
Thief! Someone help me! Please! The devil ran off
There's something going on.
Most peculiar.
I'll rip your tongue out!
Ah!
They're all large and tasty.
Walk on, girl.
Oh?
These streets aren't safe at night.
Quite a trial.
But I didn't get pinked over a lock.
It's an artistic effect. What you call it? Distinctive sign.
The text ain't even said it.
Huh?
Tasty. Fresh whiting. 2 a penny.
That's it. How about you, sir? Flour so pure it'll make you weep.
I was in the war, you know.
You look like a man in search of answers. Yes, you to converse with your dear dead relatives. My book offers full instructions on how to... Sir, the pound see beyond the page.
It was my dead mum thinking about right now.
Sir, spiritualism is a science, not the children's game. Now, my book will enable you to speak to your mother if you so desire.
Which one? Doesn't the Queen try to speak to her dear Albert?
I love men in uniform. They look so very clean.
My left leg was
You're
blown
joking.
straight off by a Russian cannonball.
Of course he is, you neddy.
Why, you can hardly tell.
That's real maple, imported all the way from Canada.
I see now, I've been wasting my time here.
I was in the war, you know.
Oh, really? Which one?
You look like a man in search of answers. Yes, you. Would you like to be able to commune with the other side? To converse with your dear dead relatives? My book offers full instructions on how to...
Push off! Pedal your damn mumbo-jumbo somewhere else.
Which leg?
Oh, but sir, the power to see
Oh,
beyond
look
the
at this,
veil.
lad. You're a spiritualist, lad. All right, then. What's me dead mum thinking about right now?
Sir, spiritualism is a science, not the children's game. Now, my book will enable you to speak to your mother if you so desire.
Joke's on you, friend. My mum ain't even dead. I'm a sharpen myself. I know when I'm being hoaxed.
Doesn't the
Push
Queen
off.
try to speak to her dear Albert? Perhaps you could sell her a copy.
Much better. You're joking.
Which leg? This one?
Of course he is, you neddy.
All the way from Canada.
You don't say.
I see now, I've been wasting my time here.
I was in the war, you know.
Oh, really? Which one?
Indeed.
Move it, you stupid animal!
That's it.
Bloody hell, how long is this gonna take?
That's it.
Is this queue even moving?
What queue? It's so funny when this NPC is actually on their own, saying this dialogue for when they're supposed to actually be in a line.
Mr. Jones came to see me the day before he died. I cannot disclose our
There, girl.
What are you shoving?
There must be something of interest here.
Go on, I know you haven't got a club.
Oh, God. Lost it. It's disgusting. Oh. Oh, God. Lost it. It's
Who could possibly stop that rogue?
What's going on over there? Ladies, gentlemen! Thought I told you not to come round here now.
Shit! Oh, shit! About time I scarped it.
From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you.
Unfavourable balance of trade predicted. Rumours of counterfeit bank
Hello there,
notes
Max.
in banks
How's
closing.
things?
Scotland's yard remains tight-lipped. What is being hidden? Pay merger in the Bank of England will lead to collapse of credit. Manufacturing will move to America. Unfavourable balance of trade predicted. Riots outside the Bank of England following murder. Police struggle to handle crowds. Rumours of counterfeit banknotes in wake of banks closing.
Oh, very nice, Max. Glad to hear that you're doing well. That is awesome. As for me, things are going good.
Riots outside the Bank of England following murder.
Having a good day today.
Police struggle to handle crowds.
Hey there, Not Fry. On a bit earlier than usual, I see. Yeah, today was on at 3 p.m. Today's my split stream day, so I'll be taking a long break after this stream and then coming back with another one later. How's things going?
Fears that merger in the Bank of England will lead to collapse of credit. Manufacturing will move to America. Unfavourable balance of trade predicted.
That's what you get for trifling with the enemy.
Come on, go.
I know a dead body when I see one.
What's the rush, you maniac?
Okay, so it doesn't seem there's any new dialogue from newspaper sellers about anything related to Disraeli and Gladstone that hasn't been said yet. And they're still talking about story stuff based on the bank mission, which is well and truly all finished now. Not right, he wasn't expecting to see you on until like 11 or midnight your time. How far away is that for you at the moment? Glad to hear that you're going all right. That's awesome. Syndicate's going well today. Just been doing some covering of any new dialogue. It's been a bit disappointing with Henry Green as a character because the last mission I did, there was a development between him and Evie that so far the only reflection in dialogue on the train has been from some rooks and also from Jacob himself if you go on the train as Evie. But there may be some more that will happen as we get further into this sequence. Maybe they felt that was enough to just have some rooks and Jacob make a commentary on it. Oh yes, so it's about 9:40 p.m. for you right now. I gotcha, yeah. So not too far away then from being like 11.
What is being hidden? Riots outside the Bank of England following murder. Police struggle to handle crowds. Rumours of counterfeit banknotes in wake of bank closing. Scotland Yard remains tight-lipped. What is being hidden? Fears that murder in the Bank of England will lead to collapse of credit. Manufacturing will move to America. Unfavourable balance of trade predicted.
Yeah, same dialogue. Alright, that settles it then. It's time to go and do something else. So I'll do another main story mission. I don't know if there's any more Evie ones available just yet. But there's Jacob ones, so we can do one of them. Oh, is it really, Brutus? So it's 9:40 p.m. here in Oregon as well?
What are you doing? I am most grateful.
Yeah, by that time, my time, that'll be when I'm doing my second stream for today. Yeah, so the only main story mission we have at the moment is the Jacob one playing politics. Hey there, Alamouse. I'm doing really good, thanks. How about yourself? How's things?
A letter? For me?
Alamouse, you were down, but now feeling great knowing that you're here. Oh, sorry to hear about that, Alamouse. That you were feeling down. Can affect so many things, being in that state, so I'm glad that you're able to get out of that state. To recap, Sequence 7, All is Fair in Politics. Jacob and Evie have killed two of Crawford Starrick's agents, Philip Twopenny and Lucy Thorne, but the Templars are far from defeated. A conspiracy to assassinate the Prime Minister takes Jacob to the Houses of Parliament, and despite Evie's triumph over Lucy Thorne, the quest for the Shroud of Eden takes a dramatic turn. Jacob discovered that Starrick's banker Philip Twopenny was planning to use his position as governor to rob the Bank of England. Jacob infiltrated the vault and assassinated Twopenny. Evie headed to the Tower of London, hoping to find the Shroud. After a final confrontation with Lucy Thorne and recovered the key, but the Shroud is still missing. And the most recent story missions that we've done was Unbreaking the Bank, where Evie paid a visit to the centre of London after Jacob's assassination of Twopenny. And the most recent, Change of Plans. Evie and Henry intend to steal the plans of the Buckingham renovation from the Templars. So that's what we did in yesterday's stream, that particular mission. So now it's time to do this one, Playing in Politics. Alamouse, fun fact, the surname Twopenny existed in the Victorian era primarily as an established ancient family name, originating from a Norman noble named Twopenny. Rather than being coined during that period based on currency, while it coincidentally aligned with the common Victorian slang term two-penny hangover, a cheap two-penny rope-supported homeless shelter. That is very interesting, Alamouse. It's so interesting how words that you think originated at a certain point because of, certain elements that make the name of it make sense, but there was actually earlier things which are actually what was the origin. That's interesting. Thanks for sharing that. Hey there, Spectrum. It's going well, thank you. Things are going good. How about yourself? We're just about to do another main story mission. This sequence has a lot of interactions with political figures in this part of the story. Alamouse, you're welcome, man. It's one of the few little things you used to know from Victorian era. And that's the thing, too, about a time period like this, is there's a lot of things that, yeah, we're definitely very, very far removed from this time period, but there's still elements of it that sort of resonate because it's like a little bit of a modern element. You look at communications, for example, and there's been leaps and bounds and way more in communication technology, but the early version of communicating by, way of phone and all that kind of stuff is something that this game explores with Alexander Graham Bell, and so there's elements that can be sort of like related to. So it's definitely like an interesting time period. Very well, Spectrum. Excellent. That's good to hear. Just need to set up for the IMDb profiles for characters that are going to be showing up in this memory that I can put in chat. Sequence 7, Playing Politics. Jacob hunts for Prime Minister Disraeli at the Sinopian Club to trace the mysterious B, who is planning Disraeli's assassination.
All right, B. Who are you and what's your game?
Alrighty then, so the characters haven't turned up yet, but they will in gameplay for this part. Okay, so need to go through with a fine-tooth comb for dialogue and stuff. This one will be tricky because there's a lot of crowd and stuff, so there might be some competing general NPC dialogue being said.
This better be good. Trade unions meet in Manchester. Congress convened to discuss working conditions. Employers reject demands for 8 hours. That's your truth. You like it? Just the thing. Like your boots, Your Honour. Russian pure nobility with a bouquet of magnolias. Grieving a lost love. My condolences. He's a lovely man. Off. Say farewell.
What can I say, Nevin? Really?
I don't like the sound of that.
Anything about politics, but
They're the only boys that smell better. Those are the largest shits I've ever seen. Wait, I'm going to cut you up nice and slow.
join the force.
Stop it right now before I get violent. Why don't you get a real job? Like licking the sewer walls. Trespasser! We have an intruder! Good lord! Come here! I have a clear shot at him!
Rumours of counterfeit banknotes in the wake of bank closing. Scotland Yard remains tight-lipped. What is being hidden?
Do you hear it in my voice? The strain, the weight behind every word. This city did this to me. The smoke, the coal, the poison hanging in the air like an invisible executioner. Every breath here is a punishment, and I have paid more than most. My lungs do not fight men, they fight London itself. So, I wear the mask, not as a symbol of fear, but of survival. Thank you, Ella Mouse, for deeming that as a Bane impression. What's that actually from? Is it from one of the promotional sort of like trailers and stuff for this game, or? Oh, you made it up. Oh, very good. Yeah, no, that's very good. Thank you for coming up with that and redeeming it. You made it as if Bane was born in London at that time. Oh, very nice. Yeah, that's definitely very fitting.
Curious. I wonder what that's about. Is it?
You'll have to leave.
Better have a look at that. Why do I even do this? Not like yelling at one noodle's gonna make a difference. Whole world's gone to the dogs. Bleeding sick of it all.
Oh! I've never begged for anything before in my life, but I'm begging you now. Don't hurt me. Ah! Look at me. Why would you want to kill me? Please, don't do it.
Be a dear and vouch for me.
Still, this is
I'd rather
London.
not
Anything
hurt
you
you.
want.
Don't think I won't.
That's what makes it fun. Well, ain't you got a silver tongue in your head?
And that's interesting that Jacob had scripted dialogue that wasn't just a general dialogue you hear whenever you kidnap a target. Which now makes me think, does he say the same thing every time? Or is there a set of things he'll say that get randomized?
Jacob, how you doing?
What a peculiar fella.
Very fetching dress, that is.
You like it?
Be a dear and vouch for me.
Trying to give someone
Silence,
anything
and
you
I
want.
might let you live.
Alright, so he said the same thing again. sleeping on the job. Geez, I don't know.
What's that then?
What's he up to, I wonder? I'm your man, if you need me.
LML, so we have Jack the Ripper and now Jacob the Kidnapper. Yeah, it's just like, you know, Grav is like, vouch for me, will you? Like, you're going to be part of the infiltration.
Be a dear.
Some mothers do have them.
I don't require a reason to end your life.
Some mothers do have them. I remember when I was a kid, my parents would watch that show. But the show itself was not where the "some mothers do have them" phrase was coined, though. But that's the name of the show. You're employing mandatory sleep time. Exactly, Alamouse. They've been up on their feet for who knows how many hours by that point. So the dialogue for Jacob kidnapping targets, well, not necessarily targets, but is the same each time. There hasn't been any dialogue from the guards themselves on their own or anything like that, so now it's time to actually do the next objective.
Trot now. Walk on, stupid now.
I know you're up there.
Come on.
There's a suspicious fellow. I could have caught him, but I've other things to do. Bloody hell, better see what that was. This is a restricted area.
Be a dear and vouch for
You'll be
me.
sorry you came this way.
Anything you want.
Oh, is there lots of blood?
Like your boots, Your Honour. Brush your trews.
You'll be sorry you ever crossed the law.
I love how he's checking the haystack.
Now you stop that, young man.
Like your boots, Your Honour. Brush your trews.
Yeah, Alamouse, he is so blind, absolutely. Like, he was aware enough to see that there was something going on, but instead of going directly to the position where he saw the thing happening, he's just like, oh, I'll check in this haystack.
Looks like trouble is brewing.
What's going on now?
Lovely vintage. See the clarity. Well, here's a go.
Here's that. To have a German name.
I see.
It's really as simple as that.
Shouldn't you be at home with her then?
We need some real authority.
Well, if it isn't my dear old chum, Mr. Disraeli. Now, Prime Minister, which of your friends is about to stab you in the back?
Practices Bill is a vital step in reforming our government. If the majority party is allowed to dictate the results of contested elections, we can scarcely call ourselves free. If we yield up our rights bit by bit...
It's really as simple as that.
Shouldn't you be at home with her then?
Unbelievable. Did you see that?
No, she's not there anymore.
Congratulations.
Oh, I fucked their dialogue up.
And so the Russians thought they had us cut off from our own lines, you see. Now, a lesser commander should have
Well,
thrown
if
his
it
hands
isn't
up
my
and
dear
surrendered.
old chum, Mr.
Mediocre
Disraeli.
one.
Now, Prime Minister, which of
For fuck's sake, there's a character here that I didn't realize was here, which was Lord Cardigan. I'm gonna have to restart the memory because where it puts me reloading the checkpoint is too close to the action. He's a target that Jacob will assassinate eventually.
Well, I hope the trouble doesn't...
Only for you. You bring us out.
be a dear and vouch for me? It would be wise.
Anything you want.
Quiet.
Some sort of scuffle over there.
What's happening over there?
No good will come of that.
What on earth is the matter there?
What the hell is that? I wonder if anyone's been killed. There's something going on.
He did. God's truth. I thought the old fellow he'd taken in a fit of apoplexy right there.
I knew there was trouble. I could feel it coming.
What the hell was that?
And so the Russians thought they had us cut off from our own lines, you see. Now, a lesser commander should have thrown his hands up and surrendered. A mediocre one would have gallantly thrown his own soldiers and troops upon the Russian guns. But I, you see, am an exceptional commander. What the Russians did not know was that there was a small goat path alongside the ridge which led directly to their unsupported left flank. And so I ordered it. What the Russians did not know was that there was a small goat path alongside the ridge which led directly to their unsupported left flank. And so I ordered a detachment of my horse to circle round, launch a surprise attack, and cut the Valley Russians off at the knees! Ha 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 ha!
We're proud of our name.
Thank you.
Helga wants the child to have a German.
That is precisely the word.
It's really as simple as that.
That is precisely the word that I used to describe it in dispatches, sir. Now, if the Parliament would only see fit to recognize my achievement, perhaps with the Victoria Cross, I'm certain it would provide a much-needed boost to our soldiers' morale, eh?
Thank you.
But Helga wants the child to have a German name.
I see.
It's really as simple as that.
Shouldn't you be at home with her then?
No, she's not there anymore.
And look who's deigned to make an appearance.
Congratulations.
Well, it is great to get his dialogue there. I feel like there's some NPCs that should be saying stuff too. Be curious to see where the checkpoint puts me, considering we haven't actually activated the next part yet, so I'll reload the checkpoint. Hello there, Shaky. How's things? The NPCs were around him, but they despawned as soon as I got close. But he stayed there.
Then you'd better come closer. Here. Get Roger!
What's going on?
Some sort of commotion.
Alamouse and AC Brotherhood, you landed on a woman and she wouldn't stop loop screaming. You had to kill her to stop her. Apparently you landed wrong on her. Oh yeah, that's right, in that game. Yeah, being able to do that as well. It's like a way to break your fall.
Blimey! You know what happened?
Found a body.
I'm in trouble now. Hey, who do you think you are? Barging locals out the way, they're all to be more if you make bad manners.
Right.
Alright, let's see if I can trigger this Lord Cardigan dialogue now without the other NPCs around him disappearing, while there's no way to get fully detected yet to interrupt it.
I saw a murder! My heart's going 19 to the dozen.
Should I be concerned with what has happened with what they had us cut off?
From our own both have bad names.
We're proud of our name.
I don't good English names.
Could have thrown his hands up and
Helga
surrendered.
wants the child to have a
The mediocre one would have gallantly thrown his own soldiers and troops upon the Russian guns. But I, you see, am an exceptional commander.
To cut the line, the baby's on its way.
What the Russians did not know was that there was a small goat path alongside the ridge which led directly to their unsupported left flank. And so I ordered a detachment of my horse to circle round, launch a surprise attack, and cut the Bally Russians off at the knees.
No, she's not there anymore.
Oh, yes. Bravo, Lord Cardigan.
That is precisely the word that I used to describe it in dispatches, sir. Now, if the Parliament would only see fit to recognize my achievement, perhaps with the Victoria Cross, I'm certain it would provide a much-needed boost to our soldiers' morale, eh?
No, she's not there anymore.
Congratulations.
I think I'll take to fatherhood like a duck to water.
What's that you said?
That's not to say you both have bad names.
We're proud of our
But
names.
they're good English names.
Thank you.
But Helga wants the child to have a journey.
Alright, so there's actually some dialogue from an NPC who was near Lord Cardigan, responding to what he had said, and then Lord Cardigan said something in response. But now there's no more dialogue from that interaction, so that's the best I can probably get it. There's NPC dialogue that is nearby, which is also playing while that dialogue was going on, but that's probably the best way to actually get it. So now that I've gotten that dialogue from Lord Cardigan, now it's time to again do this objective.
I see.
It's really as simple as that.
Shouldn't you be at home with her then?
Do you suppose we should...
No, can't be any. She's not there anymore.
How frightfully
Congratulations.
I think I'll take to fatherhood like a duck.
Well, if it isn't my dear old chum, Mr. Disraeli. Now, Prime Minister, which of your friends is about to stab you in the back?
The Corrupt Practices Bill is a vital step in reforming our government. If the majority party is allowed to dictate the results of contested elections, we can scarcely call ourselves free.
If we yield up our rights bit by bit to the courts, we can scarcely call ourselves free, sir.
This is so like you, Gladstone. You would rather throw your body upon the gears of progress than surrender one iota of power.
By God, Disraeli, you are a fool. I'll not stand idly by and watch you drag parliamentary privilege through the muck.
No, certainly not. You'd rather return us to the yoke of tyranny.
Head to the pub.
Perhaps while we're at it, Mr. Gladstone, we could repeal Magna Carta and return the crown to the bloody Stuarts.
I demand to
How
know what's going
dare
on
you,
here.
sir? Merely because I do not wish to see government placed in the hands of judges, you would make these slanderous accusations? I'll not stand for it.
Then I shall obviate the requirement. Good evening, sir.
Clearly, someone must put an end to this rumpus.
B, I presume.
Just wanted to see if there's anything I could eavesdrop on back this way, but nope.
I'll smash your face in! Bloody shit!
Pleasure to meet you. B.
B! My name's Herbert!
And why are you following the Prime Minister?
It's just a job, sir! Some old bloke paid me to...
Smug bastard.
Don't do anything
Well,
you'll
look here,
regret.
Get lost, chum! Yappy bastard! Pay for that!
Bloody hell! Where'd you come from?
Well, I was born in Crawley, but that's by the by. Who are you working for?
I never got his name. Old chap, big moustache, wore some kind of uniform. Who's ours, maybe?
What's his game?
Please, you'll kill me.
And a 3-story drop will shatter your legs and send you to the workhouse. Difference is you can run from him.
Tomorrow! My lads are going to attack the Prime Minister's carriage on the way to Parliament.
Perfect.
Hello, Octavius. I'm doing well, thank you. Doing some more main story stuff. How's things today? Mouse's sheep broken? Yeah, that was weird. The other thing is too, like, you don't actually have to follow where she's running to. You can actually do a shortcut or take a different route, and then basically you'll avoid all of the sniper's shots, even if she hasn't actually shot at you. I need to redo that memory again though, because I noticed that Lord Cardigan's position actually changed once Disraeli and Gladstone started to enter the arena and talk to each other. So I just want to suss out to see if there's anything that he says different to what he was saying where he was before.
Look, I've never hurt anyone, and I promise I'm not going to, so help me God, I won't. Someone please get me out of this. Dear heavens, please let me go. Well, anywhere else would be good. Away from here, anyway. Please, I've a family. They're expecting me now. Just let me go and I'll be on my way.
I recommend you stop struggling.
Mouse, don't kill her. Too late. Octavius, you're good, mate. Thank you. You just woke up. It's 8:20 a.m. here in Greece, and your day just started. Very nice. That's good to hear, Octavius. Glad to hear that you're doing well. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, excellent. Ryu, glad to hear that you're going well. You just woke up from a nice nap. Very nice.
Be a dear and
What's
vouch for
going
me.
on here?
Make us anything you want in your last.
I say, this is rather very cheap.
Anybody know what's going on?
What's that then?
I wonder what that's all
Looks like trouble.
That looks like a mess. I should stay clear of.
This better be good.
He most certainly did. Right here, behind my knee.
It looks dreadful.
No, you'll be fine. That's easy for you to say.
Well, if it isn't my dear old chum, Mr. Disraeli. Now, Prime Minister, which of your friends is about to stab you in the back?
The Corrupt Practices Bill is a vital step in reforming our government. If the majority party is allowed to dictate the results of contested elections, we can scarcely call ourselves free.
If we yield up our rights bit by bit to the courts, we can scarcely call ourselves free.
He's not supposed to be here! Nick him!
You know, that's weird. Lord Cardigan's not there now. That's interesting. Must have just been some kind of glitch where he went from where he was originally positioned to become, quote-unquote, a regular NPC.
And so the Russians thought they had us cut off from our own lines, you see. Now, a lesser commander...
Well, if it isn't my dear old chum, Mr. Disraeli.
Mediocre one.
Now, Prime Minister, which of your
friends
friends is about to stab you in the back?
Upon the Russian guns. But I, you see, am an exceptional commander. What the Russians did not know was that there was a small goat path alongside the ridge which led directly to their unsupported left flank. And so I ordered a detachment of my horse to circle round, launched a surprise attack, and cut the Bally Russians off at the knees!
Eh? Oh, yes! Bravo, Lord Cardigan! Masterful!
That is precisely the word that I used to describe it in dispatches, sir. Now, if the Parliament would only see fit to recognize my achievement, perhaps with the Victoria Cross, I'm certain it would provide a much-needed boost to our soldiers' morale.
The Corrupt Practices Bill is a vital step in The Corrupt Practices Bill is a vital step in reforming our government. If the majority party is allowed to dictate the results of contested elections, we can scarcely call ourselves free.
If we yield up our rights bit by bit to the courts, we can scarcely call ourselves free, sir.
This is so like you, Gladstone.
I hope he doesn't come
You would rather throw your body upon the gears of progress than surrender one iota of power.
By God, Disraeli, you are a fool. I'll not stand idly by and watch you drag parliamentary privilege through the muck.
No, certainly not. You'd rather return us to the yoke of tyranny? Perhaps while we're at it, Mr. Gladstone, we could repeal Magna Carta and return the crown to the bloody Stuarts!
How dare you, sir? Merely because I do not wish to see government placed in the hands of judges, you would make these slanderous accusations? I'll not stand for it.
Then I shall obviate the requirement. Good evening, sir.
B, I presume.
What's one you?
Pleasure to meet you. B.
Alright, so he doesn't have any dialogue. I thought he might, if you don't get detected by him, say something, but he doesn't. And also was able to get a better version of Lord Cardigan's dialogue as well. So we can exit this replay now. Oh, that's fair enough, Alamouse. Spectrum, nothing like a middle-of-the-night bowl of cereal. Hey, I mean, if it's something that you feel that you want to eat, it's like, why not, There's definitely a lot of, foods that get considered to be, no, you can only have it at breakfast, where it's like, why? What if I want to have it for dinner? It's like, if you feel like cereal for, lunch, have it. If you feel like cereal for dinner, have it, Ryu, B is for bitch. Well, I mean, the guy who actually is B is definitely some kind of bitch, a son of a bitch, and also a very egotistical and narcissistic one. But yeah, Lord Cardigan is B. He's the one that's always raving on about his accomplishments in the Battle of Crimea, or the Crimean War. And that dialogue that we heard in that mission, where he's basically saying that he needs to get wider recognition for it, even like a Victoria Cross. Now, I doubt that there's going to be any major differences in dialogue on the train based on that mission that we just did. However, I don't want to just assume that. So we're going to fast travel back to the train and see if there's any dialogue that Evie says to Jacob about the mission that he just did. B also stands for bastard, aka 2013 Lara's favorite word. That's true, yeah. Bastard.
A letter? For me?
Dressing down? Been doing a little banking, have we, Jacob? I wondered what you were up to, Jacob.
Alright, so no dialogue mentioning the mission that we just did. Evie is still mentioning to Jacob the whole banking assassination thing.
Good day to you, Jacob. There remains much to do.
And many unknowns on our horizon. Hey there, Code. Well, you did not get the AMD card, but at least a 2070 Super Nvidia card for $190. So the Linux shift will have less of hiccups. Oh, that's totally fair too, as well, if you had to get that. So is that something that is cheaper than what you were wanting to get originally?
Some of those gents
How's the
are
old
very odd,
afternoon,
that's
Governor?
certain.
You're done with that?
Well,
You're
I
done
told you
with
about
that?
everything all
Alright, now to check to see if there's any dialogue from Jacob when on the train as Evie, based on the mission that he just did. Even if there isn't, I still want to be thorough like this, because sometimes you just never know when new things will become activated.
What is the commotion?
Lay your hands on me. What she say?
Code, a little, but enough to get past the performance standpoint conversion issues on older GPU cards. Oh, that's good then. Yeah, because it would have been a shame if you had to compromise on, or compromise in a big way on what was possible with that cheaper one. Jacob made that assassination look smooth, like he didn't do it. Yeah, it was just like, what person just got killed? I didn't do it. What the? Why accuse me for? And this newspaper seller is still talking about the bank stuff as well. I mean, I'm guessing that's all going to change once Sequence 7 is finished. But it's going to be interesting because Sequence 8 can actually be done way earlier than Sequence, than after Sequence 7. So I don't know how much they've actually made pop up new based on what goes on in Sequence 8.
Seems a letter has come for Jacob.
Lover spat. Looking lovely today, Evie. I've saved a few, Bob. Do you think they'd be safe in the bank?
Alright, so Jacob, when you're Evie on the train, after doing that mission that we just did as Jacob, he still says the aftermath dialogue of two previous Evie memories. Or rather, basically his banking assassination and Evie's returning of the printing plates, and also the dialogue about what happened between her and Henry in Evie's last mission.
Good day, my ladyship.
Trouble with the wife again, Reg?
Oh, I'll say. Now that London's cleaned up a bit, she wants to go about together.
That's all right.
Evening, Evie.
Take her to the waxwork place.
Wax what?
You don't know it?
Henry
Madame
seems a bit
something or other
shaken
from
up.
France. Famous people made of wax.
Oh, what's the world coming to?
You looking lovely today, Evie. Jacob, that's your sister. You're drunk as fuck. I mean, he doesn't say it in any kind of like incestuous way. What do you call a Roman with a gold? Julius Caesar. That's a good play on Julius Caesar. Very nice. Thanks for redeeming that, Dr. Darling. Ryu, yeah, you know that much. You're being silly. Oh, that's fair enough, Ryu, yeah. So the next main story mission that we have is the one as Jacob. And we don't have another Evie one as yet, but that's okay. So I've checked for dialogue on the train from both characters. There's nothing specific based on what we just did as Jacob. And the newspaper sellers, from what I can hear, are still talking about old news. So we'll do another main story mission. Look, darling, you can watch Syndicate today. Very nice. Yeah, it'll be the double stream today of Syndicate. It's always funny the way, to me, when Disraeli reacts to Jacob landing in the carriage. Well, not landing in it, but jumping in the carriage and saying, you know, I'm new. He doesn't say these words exactly, but he's saying, basically, I'm your new bodyguard. And then Disraeli is like, I didn't know anything about a new bodyguard. The way that he says bodyguard just always cracks me up.
My goodness, you've been robbed.
Someone help! Stop that thief! Someone help me! Please!
You'll be singing a different tune.
Is there a row over there?
If you go to a mission, a main story mission that is for Evie as Jacob or Jacob as Evie, then it'll just basically switch you to the other character. Sequence 7. Sequence 7. The Bodyguard? Jacob plans to warn the Prime Minister of the threat to his life and question him as to the identity of the man in uniform named B.
So much for the house call. I have to find a way into that carriage.
Alright, so I've got the IMDb link prepped for the actor who plays Mrs. Disraeli. Got that ready. Okay, so this one will be tricky for dialogue reconnaissance because we have timed parts where if we don't do what we need to do before a certain time is up, then we'll get desynced and all that kind of stuff. So there'll be a lot of desynchronizing in this particular mission.
Oh! Ah!
Shh.
Okay, so there's no dialogue at all from any of the police guards, and there's no dialogue that we can hear between Mr. and Mrs. Disraeli.
Oh. Get up! Oh!
Here.
Unless it was because I was in the kidnapping mode. Just thought of that then.
What's going on?
Dan! What are those brigands up to now? You should have listened.
Blimey! Is this what we've come to? If I'm...
Alright, so no dialogue at all from anyone before getting into the carriage. Fair enough.
Why, look here!
What's the meaning of this? Who the devil are you?
Prime Minister, I'm your new bodyguard, Jacob Fry.
I wasn't informed of any new bodyguard. Who's your commanding officer?
Let the boy speak, Dizzy.
Madam, apologies. But we've learned of a threat on your life. And the Met thought it best to move quickly.
Threat? What sort of threat?
That sort. If you excuse me a moment.
Where'd they come from? Take cover, lads!
Alright, so there's no dialogue if you hang back there.
Where'd they come from? Take cover, lads!
Time to snuff you out. I've given him. If he comes back, I'll deal with him. Nobody gets the better of me. He's as good as. Can't let that happen again. This.
Ryu, at least 2 more people going, yeah.
Where'd they come from? Take cover, lads!
He's not worth the more important things to do. I'll grind you to powder!
Yeah.
Stop while you can!
He's bloody disappeared!
What is being hidden? Government forces Queen Isabella flee to Paris. Loyalist forces in thousands rebels
Die!
That's right, boyo.
This ain't good.
You scared, mate? Give him a good cleaving! Break you in half! Kill ya! Push you to the pig!
Alright, I just want to check something. Need to restart the memory to do it. Sometimes in these games, when you mess up the first time, it'll either take away just the music the second time around, or it might even take dialogue away a second time around. So I want to restart the memory, but this time actually get in there quick and do each stage, just to see if there's any dialogue that's been taken out since we messed up the first time. Not that there was anything wrong with messing up the first time, but the game took the music away. I just want to make sure it didn't also take dialogue away.
What's the meaning of this? Who the devil are you?
Prime Minister, I'm your new bodyguard, Jacob Fry.
I wasn't informed of any new bodyguard. Who's your commanding officer?
Let the boy speak, Dizzy.
Madam, apologies. But we've learned of a threat on your life. And the Met thought it best to move quickly.
Threat? What sort of threat?
That sort. If you excuse me a moment.
Where'd they come from? Take cover, lads!
I've had enough of this. He's gone. So am I. I'll have your head!
I admire your courage, mate. See here. What's all this?
Not so fast, Your Excellency.
Hey! Get back here with that Prime Minister!
Mind you don't break your neck!
How does this feel?
That's it, guys. Slow down. Get up. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down.
I'm gonna smash you!
Everyone all right?
We seem to have come through unscathed. You have our thanks, Mr. Fry.
It was Gladstone. I bet my life on it. This is perfectly in keeping with his distinct lack of character. Show yourself, Gladstone! Show yourself, you feckless muck snipe!
Well, he's hardly going to be in the van with a cudgel, Dizzy.
Walk on, girl.
Walk on, come on, stupid nag, Pegasus.
Damn Gladstone! That bloody man! He will pay for this!
Thank you. What do you intend to do about Gladstone, young man?
I assure you, madam, Gladstone is innocent in this.
But he tried to kill my husband.
Well, we'll look into Gladstone. Perhaps you can help me with another inquiry, madam. A gentleman with ties to Parliament, older, wears cavalry uniforms and has a large moustache.
You seem like a rough and ready sort of fellow, Mr. Fry.
Well, yes, I am, actually.
And are you familiar with the poorer districts of our city?
Roughly.
Wonderful. As it happens, I've been eager to tour the Devil's Acre. If you were to escort me, I'd be happy to assist you in your inquiry.
That strikes me as a dangerous idea.
Then it's settled. Come back here to Downing Street tomorrow night, 8 o'clock sharp. Good day, Mr. Fry.
But I...
Good day, Mr. Fry.
Alright, so I just had to check a few different things. The pressed flowers cutscenes, when you collect the pressed flowers, there's 3 cutscenes that can happen between Evie and Henry. I want to cover them, but I just wanted to double check how many of those there are before the final one where Henry actually proposes marriage to Evie. Because the timing of that, it makes more sense for it to happen before, after you do the main story mission where you kill Steric as well. But it doesn't kind of match up, but it works better doing it then than it does doing it directly after the mission where Evie and Henry kind of have a bit of a spat. So I just wanted to double check how many cutscenes there actually were for that aspect. Hey there, Lench Mob. I hope things are going well. You'll be back, not Fry? Awesome. No worries at all, dude. Now we have some entries for some characters that we've met, so I'll be talking about them. Okay, so allies and other people. Alright. Okay, so I'm not going to read about Desmond the dog yet because we haven't actually come across that character, but they've got the entry for them already. Then I think Gladstone was the other one that I needed to read. Alright. So William Gladstone. Date of birth 29th of December 1809. Date of death 19th of May 1898. Known as the People's William by his supporters, which has to be one of the weirdest nicknames I've ever heard, William Ewart Gladstone was Prime Minister of the United Kingdom 4 times and ranked one of the greatest Prime Ministers of all time. Born in Liverpool, young Willie was the 5th of 6 children to Anne Mackenzie and Sir John Gladstone. He attended Christ Church at Oxford, where he studied mathematics and classics, served as president of the Union Debating Society, and became an advocate for Toryism. Gladstone was elected to Parliament in 1832. In the House of Commons, he was a member of High Toryism and opposed the abolition of slavery. Eek. Later, when slavery was abolished, he helped his father collect over £100,000 from the government for having owned over 2,000 slaves across 9 plantations in the Caribbean. During his time in Parliament, he met and began to despise his lifelong rival, Benjamin Disraeli, appalled by his foppish attire. Where he excelled in the House of Commons, he struggled in his social life. Gladstone had a difficult time finding a wife, after being rejected by both Caroline Eliza Farquhar and Lady Frances Harriet Douglas. He met the charming Catherine Glynn. The two were later married and stayed together for 59 years until he passed away, because 59 years must have been tiring. In 1840, Gladstone took it upon himself to rescue and rehabilitate prostitutes, a practice he continued for the next several decades, despite the backlash from his peers. After leaving and returning to Parliament several times, Gladstone served as Chancellor of the Exchequer in 1859 and leader of the Liberal Party in 1868. He served his first premiership later that year until 1874 and then promptly retired. Angry with Disraeli's changes during his retirement, he returned to Parliament and served another 3 times as Prime Minister, 1880 to 85, 1886 and 1892 to 94. Unlike his rival, Gladstone was known for his poor relations with Queen Victoria. She is quoted having complained about him saying, "He always addresses me as if I were a public meeting." William Gladstone died of heart failure in old age in 1898 and was buried in Westminster Abbey. His wife later laid next to him. After she died too, I mean. Thanks for the clarification, Sean. Lunchbob just got home after a long day of working, and you plan on playing Watch Dogs later tonight. Oh, very nice, Lunchbob. That's a good feeling. And I really hope that you have a good time with Watch Dogs. Have you started your playthrough yet? Benjamin Disraeli, date of birth 21st of December 1804, died 19th of April 1881. A novelist, a dandy, and a man practiced in law, Benjamin Disraeli, albeit surprisingly, came to be one of Europe's leading statesmen. The first and thus far only Jewish-born Prime Minister of England, Disraeli became famous for shaping the modern Conservative Party and for his feud with William Ewart Gladstone. Disraeli was born in London in 1804 to Isaac and Maria Disraeli. When Benjamin was 12 years of age, Isaac converted his family to the Anglican Church following a dispute with the local synagogue. Later, Benjamin would further anglicize his name from Disraeli to Disraeli when he went to work for Maples law firm in 1821, though his exact motivations are unknown. Possibly he got fed up of spelling it out for people. Before entering the House of Commons, Disraeli dipped his toe in the waters of both literature and the stock exchange. He was fortunate that it was only his toe, too, because when he found himself both a critical failure and massively in debt, he suffered a nervous breakdown. Still, despite it all, he finally found his way into Parliament in 1837, gaining a seat in the Conservative Party. It was during this period that he forged his lifelong rivalry with Gladstone. In 1839, Disraeli married Mary Ann Lewis for what was thought by many to be financial reasons, but the couple at least grew to love each other and remained bound until her death in 1872. "Dizzy married me for money," Mary once stated, "but if he had the chance again, he would marry me for love." Disraeli became Prime Minister for the first time in 1868, but failed to win that year's election. He led the opposition to majority once again in 1874, becoming Prime Minister for a second time with a reign lasting 6 years. Suffering from gout and severe asthma, Disraeli died in 1881. Queen Victoria, with whom he had made good friends over the course of his political tenure, was distraught by his passing, but, due to the royal protocol, was forbidden from attending his funeral. Lunchbob, yes, and you plan on playing part 2 once you beat this one. Legion, you're not so sure because your friend played all 3 and he really disliked Legion. Yeah, Legion is quite the anomaly in that trilogy. It's got some good things about it, but it gets buried in the over sort of like ambitious thing with the NPCs and recruiting, practically whoever you want and all that kind of stuff, and without having like a actual main character to anchor everything around, it sort of like suffers a lot from that as well. But yeah, part one and part two, I'd say, are the better games by a long shot with Legion. And the only reason I still play Legion when I do my annual playthroughs is because there's still some stuff in it that I like. There's some story things that quite disturbing as well, that make it sort of like a bit more serious of a game as well. But it's also trying to be a combination between the seriousness of Watch Dogs 1 and the fun of Watch Dogs 2. But it just feels like a more hollow and shallow kind of, version of both of those. Mary Ann Disraeli, date of birth 11th of November 1792. Mary Ann Disraeli, née Viney, Viscountess Beaconsfield, was a prominent figure in British high society throughout much of the 19th century. She married Benjamin Disraeli in 1839, shortly after her first husband passed away, and was his constant companion, friend, and adviser until the day she died. Her affection of a silly, scatterbrained demeanour and penchant for saying the sort of thing that made proper Victorians waggle their moustaches disapprovingly masked a keen political mind, and between the two of them it was joked that Benjamin married her for her money but do it again for love. This is rather more charming if you realize that Mary Ann was quite skint when they married. It should be noted, though, that the Disraelis, both of whom were romantics to the core, had a rather trying marriage at first. Benjamin hid his extensive debts from her for years, and both felt the sting of public disapproval. The Victorian tabloids made today's Bat Boy sightings and illegitimate alien love children look downright reputable. Rather than wallow in misery, as is the English way, the pair once again flouted convention by working out their problems and strengthening their relationship until their marriage became the storybook romance of which they had both dreamed. In 1868, when Queen Victoria wanted to raise Disraeli to the nobility, but he preferred to stay in the House of Commons, Mary Ann leapt upon the proverbial grenade and was dubbed Viscountess Beaconsfield. As ever, she made waves for her refusal to abide by the accepted standards of Victorian society. At court, her outfits frequently outdid the Queen's, and once she joined the ranks of the nobility, she seized on every opportunity to show up the ladies who once had scorned her. Yet she was also active in many charitable causes, organizing aid for the less fortunate. She also put her keen political mind to work on the campaign trail with her husband, winning hearts and minds through sheer baby-kissing determination. By the time of her death, the Disraelis were celebrated throughout Britain as a shining example of the joy, contentment, and success a proper union could bring. Mary Ann Disraeli is buried along with her husband, who outlived her by several years, at the Church of St. Michael and All Angels in Hughenden, Buckinghamshire. Lance Mulvey told you in his opinion after playing it, feels like they absolutely abandoned their original recipe for the franchise and decided to go with something entirely different, and after seeing gameplay kind of agree. Yeah, that's definitely a fair assessment of it that your friend has had. The other thing about that is it feels like it began development as a separate multiplayer, games as a service game, but then they decided, oh shit, maybe we should make it part of the actual other two games by having like a narrative. Oh, but we've already put all this work into having just, these random characters and all that, so we need to come up with something that means we don't have to have an actual main character. That's what it feels like. It doesn't mean that's actually how it went down, but it just has that feeling about it. And while it is good, the DLC Bloodlines, where you have Aiden and Wrench from Watch Dogs 1 and 2 respectively in it, when you play as them in the main campaign, it feels a little better, but it's not because they're not good characters or anything, or the people who played them did a bad job or anything. It's just that the way that the story is told doesn't factor them in, so it means that even playing as them, the story still feels like it's being dragged down by the fact that there's no actual main character in it. All right, now I'm assuming that there's going to be some train dialogue from Evie to Jacob about what we just did in that mission, because it just feels like there was a lot of stuff going on in that situation.
A letter? For me?
Mr. Fry, I hope you're having a fine day.
Been doing a little banking, have we, Jacob? We need to do something about your outfit. Good to see you, Jacob.
All right, interesting. So nothing from Evie to Jacob based on that mission we just did.
The more you can do to help the children, the better.
Living hugger-mugger? Oh, it don't suit you.
Agnes keeps me out of this.
Settling in for the night, Gov?
You should find honest work. Here's where I want to be, Reg.
Clerking somewhere, maybe. I could see you for a clerk. Or a chimney sweep, more like. We haven't tuppence in the coffers. Of work and chimneys.
I couldn't leave you, Reg.
Another day.
All right, now to check as Evie, because Jacob might say something about what he just did, or maybe not. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Shall we trade off for a bit?
Huh?
Oh, you, come here. Pay up.
I ain't got it.
You're not my type.
I've half a mind to take you home and feed you to me dogs.
How are you there, Evie?
Trot now.
Heads up, Chief.
Nice work.
Pardon me, my dear. My arm is tingling.
This what you needed, Chief?
Thank you.
Okay, so I've got about 6 of the musical boxes still left to get.
Good day to you, Miss Fry.
Thanks, Lynch Mob, for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Okay, so I've got a movie to do a scene from. Now, Yellowford hurts. I suppose nothing hurts you. Only pain. After we return to Shadowzar, what will you do? I'll find my kingdom and the queen to sit beside me. What kingdom? The promise. I was kingdomed. Now, the kingdom I was promised. What queen? Valeria. Valeria? Valeria. What is she like, this Valeria? Do you see this woman over there? Zula? Valeria is like her. She doesn't look like her, but she has the same spirit, the same strength, strength. And she's a warrior too? A great warrior, a great woman. Could there ever be anyone else but her? Another queen? Lot on your knife, not on your life. Excuse me, I must get up now. How do you feel? Welcome. You are welcome. I didn't know other women could be warriors. All my tribe are warriors. Well, it seems that men like women warriors. Some. Do you think that I could ever be one? I could teach you how to use this. Yes, please. Now the power is in the wrists. Oh, I see. Like this. That's right, they've got to stay loose. It takes practice and strength. Wait. Hold on. If we're going to learn how to fight, then learn with a real weapon. Not a toothpick. Here, I'll show you. Stand like this. Yes, you do it. Try it. And then, swing it over your head. I'll help you. Swing over your head. Good. Now, you're ready to take on anybody. That's from the sequel to Conan the Barbarian. Conan the Destroyer. Thank you for redeeming that, Lynch Mob. Can't go a day without a Uzi 9mm quote. It's funny too, like you get the movie Commando, where the guy is like, if you want to see your daughter again, you need to cooperate, right? And then Arnie's like, wrong, and then blows him away with a shotgun. But before that, you had the Terminator, in which he's buying all the weapons, and then the guy's like, hey, you can't do that in here, and Arnie's like, wrong, and then shoots him and kills him.
Seems a letter has come for Jacob.
Henry's in a foul mood. Love a spat? What is it, Evie? Have I forgotten your birthday? I've saved a few, Bob. Do you think they'd be safe in the bank?
Alright, so Jacob doesn't say anything to Evie on the train after that mission with Disraeli. Or the Disraelis, I mean.
Miss Fry, a pleasure to see you.
And Henry's still not saying anything based on the mission where him and Evie aren't on the same terms anymore. Temporarily, that is.
You are looking quite smart today, Evie. I've been looking into ancient descriptions of various shrouds. Deeply fascinating stuff.
Evening, miss. London commerce not bringing in so much as a tanner. I could do with a cuppa.
I've been enjoying some terrific reads. A whole series, the Barset Shield.
Alright, already heard that dialogue too.
Each one as
Tomorrow!
Sore heads in the morning.
Again.
Another toast.
Why not? Here goes.
Here goes. What did we just toast?
Life itself. Now let's drink
A
to
toast
toast.
to toasting.
I can drink to that.
Bill, I think Frank's having difficulty keeping up. What do you
I
make
think
of
our
that?
Ma would be right ashamed of him.
Well said, Frank.
No one could
Well, let's
drink
be
quite
merry.
like our Ma. How
I
about a
wouldn't want us
toast
to
to
be
Ma, eh?
drinking, sadly.
Whatever happens, do not panic.
You might want this in the morning.
Thanks.
Whatever happens, don't panic.
How you doing, Evie?
Minister's bill to grant judges oversight on election petitions. Passage of Act in doubt. Riots outside the Bank of England following murder. Police struggle to handle crowds. Fears that murder in the Bank of England will lead to collapse of credit. Manufacturing will move to America. Unfavorable Unfavourable balance of trade predicted. Riots outside the Bank of England following murder. Police struggle to handle crowds. Rumours of counterfeiting banknotes in wake of banks closing. Scotland Yard remains tight-lipped. What is being hidden? Fears that murder in the Bank of England will lead to collapse of credit. Manufacturing will move to America. Unfavourable balance of trade predicted. Rumours of counterfeiting banknotes in wake of banks closing. Scotland Yard remains tight-lipped. What is being hidden? Murder, robbery, pandemonium in the Bank of England. Fears that Twopenny has sold his country. We have the details. Riots outside the Bank of England following murder. Police struggle to handle crowds. Fears that murder in the Bank of England will lead to collapse of credit. Manufacturing will move to America. Unfavourable balance of trade predicted. Glorious revolution in Spain. Queen Isabella II has fled the country and crossed into France. Provisional government searches for new monarch among Europe's royal asses. Riots outside the Bank of England following murder. Police struggle.
Okay, so no new dialogue from newspaper sellers after the mission that we just did. I've also been thinking about the other content that I've got. So we have two more boroughs that need to be liberated. We have the Strand and we have Westminster. The last two main story missions we have for Sequence 7 are both Jacob. One is when he takes Mrs. Disraeli to the Devil's Acre, and the other one is where he assassinates Lord Cardigan. And then that's when we would move story-wise into Sequence 8, which is completely just a whole Jacob sequence with the character of Roth. Since the action of the main story has now moved to Westminster, what I'm going to do is focus on liberating the borough of the Strand, and then see, once that's done, what changes in dialogue that might actually make happen in the game world too. Because sometimes there's changes in dialogue based on the boroughs that you've been liberating and all that kind of stuff. For example, on the train, Nigel talks to Reg about something related to the fact that the boroughs of London have been, liberated by the assassins, and all that kind of stuff. So I want to see what else might change. So what we're going to do for the rest of this stream now is just focus on the activities we need to do in the Strand borough. And the way I'm going to do it, just like I was doing before in the playthrough, is we're going to be doing both missions. We're going to be doing missions, as both Jacob and Evie. And then once I've gotten this borough liberated and we do the gang war for it, that's when I'll then do more dialogue checking and all that kind of stuff. So for the rest of the stream, we're just going to focus on the Strand borough and doing the liberation of that. So I'm going to start with doing this one as Evie. I also look for and listen out for dialogue in these two as well.
Where's the money?
I'll tear you apart!
You should be locked up for this!
People of London, are you tired of breaking your back in factories all day and most of the night? You're an old soldier. No? All right then.
Please come and see me for your distribution. These new weapons will surely help us defeat those damned rooks. I do so long to pluck their eyes out. They rather get on my nerves. We need to do away with these Fry twins. They're nothing but trouble to the Blighter organization. We have recently received a shipment of new pistols from our leader, Mr. Lynch. After supper, please come and see me for your distribution. These new weapons will surely help us defeat those damned rooks. I do so long to pluck their eyes out. They rather get on my nerves. We need to do away with these Fry twins. They're nothing but trouble to the Blighter organization. We have recently received a shipment of new pistols from our leader, Mr. Lynch. After supper, please come and see me for your distribution. These new weapons will surely help us defeat those damned rooks. I do so long to pluck their eyes out. They rather get on my nerves. We need to do away with these Fry twins. They're nothing but trouble to the Blighter organization. We have recently received a shipment of new pistols from our leader, Mr. Lynch. After supper, please come and see me for your distribution.
Alright, so that's that dialogue covered.
What are you doing back there, miss? Is she all right, do you reckon? I mean in the head.
There's a trespasser out! I should have a look.
They've climbed up!
Hey!
Who's she?
She's good as dead! Grab your neck! My gran's got bigger bollocks than you! Press her, come on!
Please.
Just face me!
Just let me.
I'll gut you like a fish!
We need to do away with these fry twins. They're nothing but trouble for the Blighter organisation. Please come and see me for your distribution.
Hello there, AC. Thank you for leaving the look. Hello there, Anmita. I'm doing well, thank you, dude. How about yourself? How's your day going? Would definitely like to recommend people check out AC's channel. He's been doing some Skyrim, also plays Conan Exiles and games like Dishonored, as well as GTA Online. Hope things are going well, AC. I'm thinking that for these missions where the only difference in doing them as Jacob versus Evie is simply that you're doing it as Jacob or Evie, like the gang strongholds. I'm not going to worry about doing it again as the other character. But when it comes to bounty hunt missions, though, I actually will do it as both because there's specific dialogue depending on who you're playing as. So for the gang strongholds, I won't worry about doing the missions as both characters. I will do the child liberation missions as both characters, just in case there's differences in the dialogue between Jacob and Evie when rescuing the kids who are working. And Templar hunts as well. There's no need to do them as both characters. But I'll still alternate between the characters doing the ones that aren't the bounty hunts. Cheers, Inmita. Thank you, dude. You're doing well. Feeling a bit sleepy, though. Oh, you are, yeah. Now that you're going good. Hopefully you'll be able to, get some rest, at least, and not be as tired. Lynch Mob, this kind of combat and climbing parkour is what you love about the Assassin's Creed games, especially 3, Black Flag, Unity, and Syndicate are all your favorite Assassin's Creed games you love to revisit. That's cool, Lynch Mob. I know that feeling, having games where you just can always revisit it and still enjoy playing through the games and the parkour and everything like that. It was definitely one of those key elements that actually goes towards what makes the series stand out. And it's a shame that Ubisoft saw fit to destroy that by reducing and reducing and reducing and reducing. I mean, sure, they've patched some things for some of the games, like Mirage, but it's like putting a Band-Aid on a wound that is actually killing the subject when you need to actually have a more effective and larger scale solution. Mita, Mirage is very inconsistent when it comes to parkour. Absolutely, yeah. And that's one of the problems with the later games. The compromises that they ended up making and all that kind of stuff. And they're still restricted by the game engine they've been using for years now. I feel they need to completely go back to zero and completely redo a whole entire new game engine from scratch. Don't just take an existing game engine and then add some more bells and whistles to it, but literally start again from scratch and build it back up again. But they won't do that though, because that would take too much time and money. But it would be time and money better spent than the 6 years they spent on the remake of Prince of Persia: Sands of Time that's now not coming out. So, you know. Dr. Darling, he said the thing twice, and I don't even know what the thing was that I said twice that was the thing.
You'll kill someone!
Come off it.
I won't stand for this.
Mita, yeah, they don't want to spend money creating a new engine. That's true, you know, they want a streamlined factory that just churns out stuff like an assembly line. Dr. Darling, from scratch. Oh, yeah. Yeah, my mind was so far removed from Alan Wake stuff that I didn't actually realize I was saying words that, if you're playing Alan Wake at the time, would be more strongly associated with, he said the thing.
Sleep on the floor with an empty belly. My friends, we must rise up and fight.
There's work to be done in this ever-growing city, and not enough hands to do it. The 1830s saw the end of child labor, but I say we bring it back. Now listen close and hear me out before you start throwing tomatoes.
That we shouldn't work more than 10 hours a day. That we should be paid enough to put food on our tables. We have a right for our labor to pay for our bread. Men and women of London, I want you to march with me. March to Westminster and demand action from the Prime Minister. Demand action from the House of Lords. Break down the gates if we have to. We will force them to answer our cries. Rise up, London!
Great, it seems the friggin' target's
we live
dialogue.
in the most advanced society in the world, with every country looking to surpass us. Shall we slow our progress and fall behind? No! This is the time for England to rise above the rest. If we bring back child labor, we bring back production. With children, we get things done faster and cheaper. And it will make men out of your sons. If you're interested in our cause, come see me, Lewis Blake, and sign your child up today. Help keep London ahead of the rest of the world. There's work to be done in this ever-growing city, and not enough hands to do it. The 1830s saw the end of child labor, but I say we bring it back. Now listen close and hear me out before you start throwing tomatoes. live in the most advanced society in the world, with every country looking to surpass us. Shall we slow our progress and fall behind? No. This is the time for England to rise above the rest. If we bring back child labor, we bring back production. With children, we get things done faster and cheaper. And it will make men out of your sons. If you're interested in our cause, come see me, Lewis Blake, and sign your child up today. Help keep London ahead of the rest of the world.
Alright, so that's his dialogue covered. Okay, so Lewis Blake.
Yes, hello, come! Savor an exotic range of fine ice creams, the likes of which you've never... No?
Oh, come over there and cut your throat if you keep that up.
Alright, so there's no need to do that one as Evie. In Meteor, try to unlock all of the rewards you get by completing the anima sequences in Mirage, and some of them are so annoying. You don't have to get all of them perfectly to unlock the rewards, but you still need to get all 4 optional objectives for most of them. There are 31 rewards, and you got 12 so far. Well, that's definitely a lot to get through. That's good that you've gotten 12 so far as well. Do you feel like it's worth it? Like, what are the rewards actually? Are they just basically like those token things? Lewis Blake, last known location St. James's Park. Lewis Blake has always been known as an outgoing individual. Hoping to tame his tongue, his parents packed him off to Cambridge, but an education only stoked the fires. Now a Templar and staunch advocate for child labour, he periodically visits parks around the city to make recruitment speeches and usually leaves with a convert or two.
Evie, nice to see you again.
Huh? I wonder what that is. You'll never manage delivering
In Meta, most of them are just ingots and money, but some of them are swords and daggers. Not really worth it, but there is an achievement for that, and the only achievement you have left, so you'll get it, but it'll be very annoying for sure. That's fair, though, to keep at it to get the achievement for it. At least then you'll be able to have gotten them all as well.
Move it, you stupid animal!
This is it. This is my moment.
Come take a look! Deals galore! You won't find the likes of these anywhere else in London.
Peter the Great. The ancient ruins below will rise, and the old will be new again. I will be as Achilles was. I will be great and powerful, and I will live on forever in the minds of the weak. This is it. This is my moment.
I'm so glad I found you.
What is the matter, my child?
Mother has taken a turn for the worse. If you'd be so kind as to visit her.
What have we here?
From now on, everyone will remember Peter Needham. Peter the Strong. Peter the Conqueror. Peter the Great. The ancient ruins below will rise, and the old will be new again.
What gives you the rights? All that negotiation and for what?
She fights like a demon.
Discounts on all essential goods and services.
Oh! Oh, come on!
So that was Peter Needham, last known location public square in the Strand. Briefing. As a child, Peter was obsessed with ancient Greek and Roman mythology. Taking these tales to heart, Needham's greatest desire is to achieve immortality, even if only figuratively. Firm in his belief that it would take an act of great daring to ensure his legacy, he has resolved to blow up the London streets and bring to light the splendor of the Roman ruins. Below. Should all go according to plan, he expects to be forever remembered as Needham the Great.
How are you there, Evie?
Dr. Darling, plan? Plan. This one's a good one. And the plan is to end this stream here, take my long break, and then come back later with another stream. Before I do that, though, I'd just like to give some shout-outs to some streamers I'd like to recommend. And I'll be going for a 2-hour break as well. That's my current time. So it'll be roughly about 2 hours from now, give or take a few minutes.
Seems a letter has come for Jacob.
Would definitely like to recommend people check out the following streamers: AC, who's been doing Skyrim, Alamouse has been doing Hogwarts Legacy, Inmita is doing The Elder Scrolls Online, QuickDex playing through Cyberpunk 2077, and Shaky has been doing Far Cry 6. Dr. Darling, aren't you going to read Jacob's letter? A letter for me? We can't. Not yet, anyway. That's for Sequence 8. No worries at all, Inmita, for the stream and the shout-out, dude. I definitely will have a good one. Thank you very much. So I'm going to go on a 2-hour break before coming back with more of Assassin's Creed Syndicate. For those who can't make it to that next stream, that's completely fine. Thank you very, very much for watching this one. I also have a Wednesday stream of this week that I'll be doing too. And then on Thursday, I'll be starting Red Dead Redemption 2 to do my annual 2026 playthrough. And that'll be Thursdays through to Sundays each week. Absolutely not, for I see you next stream, and I definitely will enjoy my break. Thank you very, very much.